Okay. Good morning. Let me... my stuff set up. A little unprepared this morning. All good though. Alright. It's Friday. Friday morning. I need some music. Let's pop some different music. Sorry, still World of Warcraft, but let's do this one. This is for painting Yamani trolls. Yeah, I'll stick with this for a little bit. Okay. So, here's what we got. Me knocking my stuff over. Calm down. Got some audio discrepancies. There we go. I've got this Zul'jin miniature. Last week I started working on these Amani trolls. I've got 15 of them, well 14 plus Zul'jin to make a war band. Here's just an example. Very vibrant green skin. Cool little base too. Did kind of a woodsy, foresty theme. I painted these a couple different ways. An example of more of the purple color scheme. That's right, I was supposed to mess with this camera. Some of the settings on it, I didn't. Sorry. Sort of sorry. Good morning. The Pauli principle, not the Paul principle. I was getting it wrong. Yeah, it took me a second to figure out what that quote was. I had to keep sounding it out. Nobody's better than me. So yeah, I've got a couple Zul'jin things. I've got this bust, and I've got this miniature. I don't think I'm going to start on the bust today. I don't think I'll make it that far in this miniature. I've painted a Zul'jin before, and that was earlier this year, I think. It was pretty early on. Let me grab him real quick. It's not horrible. Actually, it looks alright. Can't remember if I used... I think I used Fanatics war paints. So not horrible. I've learned a lot since then. Sorry. I gotta figure this camera out. My view is still I keep pulling things out of the camera. So yeah, I did this, I think with War Paints, Fanatics from Army Painter, maybe, and I did some wash. You can see, like, on his mask, the coffee stains, as I think is what they call them. I mean, again, not horrible. I think we can definitely do better on this one. There was one thing I wanted to try. I just don't know if I want to throw it on the miniature just yet. And I don't even know, his skin's not supposed to necessarily be a vibrant green. So I don't know if this method is best one to use, but let's just give it a shot. We'll do it on my thumb first. So I'm gonna pull out 3 jade variations from Monument Hobbies. So dark jade, jade, and bright jade. Oh, I forgot to... Oh no, I did wash this brush out. I just didn't wash off the that soap that I left in it. Whoopsies. I saw this in the someone said this in the Monument Hobbies stream. Just one of the viewers. So I just want to see how this turns out. So they said using the 3 jade variations. And then putting transparent yellow over it. So I'm just curious to see how that looks. But definitely didn't let it dry. That does. It's a pretty interesting looking green. I didn't let it dry. But that could work. That could work if I So I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure how I want to paint this guy. This is his most traditional World of Warcraft look. The white hair with the purple face covering. Old Warcraft 2 has just the little clip art image or whatever. It has the white hair and then a, I guess a teal face mask. Traditional Amani trolls have more like red hair And that's this warband that I did. There's 15 of them. Well, 14 plus this guy. And I still don't know if I'm going to keep this one as part of the warband, or if I'm going to print off another forest troll and keep him separate. I'm starting to think I might want to keep him separate and just throw another troll into this warband. Even though part of me doesn't want to do it, because once I finish him, I'm done with the warband. But Cess Levy. So there was a part of me that wanted to paint him to look more like the Amani trolls. Red hair, red face mask. But I'm also thinking maybe I want to paint him more like the Warcraft 2 character. Well, one second, let me... I do think I'm gonna go with the more vibrant. We're gonna try it. What's the worst that can happen? Looks like garbage. I gotta repaint it. Won't be the first time. It won't be the last. Pull out our number one though. So Zul'jin is one of those, let's see, did I, this is better-ish. He's one of those that is near and dear to my heart. As I talked about many times. My Warcraft journey started with Warcraft 2. Back in, that was back in high school for me. 1996 is when the game came out. That's when I started my Warcraft adventure. Hello, kitty. What are you doing down there? Hey. You know, I watch other people's streams, and they've got their little pet cams, and they're so cute. My cat won't do that. I mean, I guess I could lock him in a room and make him sleep there, but he does what he wants. He definitely won't sleep over here by me. Sorry, that was a sidebar. So yeah, I encountered Zul'jin pretty early on, which is why he's always been one of my favorites. The Amani in general, or the forest trolls, were always near and dear to my heart. And I really do feel that they've always gotten a raw deal. Is that's part of his scarf. Remember that. I don't think I hit that on the first one of these I did. Pretty sure I didn't. Although I said last week that I always was hoping these guys would become a playable race, and that ship has sailed, blah, blah, blah. I might have been wrong. I guess I don't do a lot of internet searching. And I need to do more. So I was looking at some stuff for the upcoming expansion, Midnight. And there's a lot of customization options added for the Amani. And as I was reading, what they were saying is, spit it out, that they usually don't add this many customization for any race in game unless it's going to be playable. Which makes sense. You know, if it's just villain mobs, you don't need all that variation or customization. And that's kind of what I do. Well, that's what I'm doing with my characters here as well. I don't... Like the Amani, I'm not messing with different hair colors. I'm kind of going with the stereotypical Amani have red hair and red bandanas. And then in this group, the Shadow Pine, which are also near Zul'jin. And aligned with Zul'jin. The Shadow Pine have purple hair and purple bandanas or whatever. Which even in game wasn't 100% true. Most of the Shadow Pine had red. My next Forest Troll warband is probably going to be... words are hard. Words are hard when I'm doing details like this. Sorry. I'm not even really doing that much detail. This is just the skin. So if I get the skin on anything else, I can very easily repair it. But I still struggle with words. And I'll need to remember, I'm not really doing much with my brush loading. I'm just loading it. And trying to make sure I stay in the camera. I was hoping this particular camera was going to help me with that, because it had a... But I guess it just has a wider view, not a... And I've got it lower for better, what I thought would be better zooming. Because it can go really high, and these lights right in front of me start to block the view. So I dropped it lower to avoid those lights. So once I start moving those lights, then it gets even more difficult. Get back to my train of thought, which was Amani being playable. So there's a lot of speculation that the Amani are going to become a allied race in Midnight. I already had one of my buddies, what did he call us? There's a term that everyone uses. I don't remember. It was a play on words with coping and hoping. Basically something about World of Warcraft players are always hoping for stuff as a coping thing, blah blah blah. He was just being an asshat. Because of course, we hope for cool things. And I've been wanting Amani trolls since World of Warcraft came out. I think I told whoever was here last week about my alt addiction and how I have taken the green skin tone for the various, like the Zandalar trolls and the Darkspear trolls, and I've taken the green skin tone and given them foresty themed armor and made them look like forest trolls. That's how bad my addiction is, and how much I've wanted Amani forest trolls. So when I look at dreams, my life, that's an actual dream that could come true. My other dream of being a space marine is probably never going to happen. I say probably because it's not impossible. Maybe one day I'll get that phone call from Mr. Henry Cavill saying he needs some extras for his Amazon TV show. You know, it's crazy. I don't even paint oh, that's part of his mask. Gotta be very careful with what's part of his skin and what's part of his mask. Because I can't really tell right now. So I'm just slapping paint on. We'll mess with that later. This dream of having a Zandalari, or an Amani troll in World of Warcraft, this one might come true. I was already super stoked about the potential for transmogs and stuff like that, with them messing around in Zul'jin, and then a close second or whatever, going back to Eversong Woods and Silvermoon City. Think of all the cool transmogs we're gonna get for the elves. Do love elves. Mostly like high elves, blood elves. And I like the night elves, but not on the same level as the OGs. Although night elves get pretty close to OG, since they've been around since Warcraft 3. Well, in around the game, I mean. They're old as hell. Tough angles on here. Just the way he's standing. It's always tough to, Hey, Rem. How are you today? Hello from YouTube. I am pretty good. It's Friday. Got one of my favorite characters here that I get to slap some paint on. So yeah, I'd say we're doing pretty good. Need just a little more. Friday for sure. Best part of the week. I'm sure I've said this before, but my standard work schedule is Monday to Thursday. So Fridays are even better for me because I don't have to work on them. So it's an especially good day. So I think I've decided that I'm gonna paint this guy in the style of his Warcraft 2 model. Which means he's gonna have the teal face mask or bandana. That would be better. That would look better. Much more better. But then the bust, because this is very much a Warcraft 2 Zul'jin model. He had the mohawk in Warcraft 2. But when we see him again in the Burning Crusade, he's sporting the full spiked back hair, like on this bust that I've got. So that one will probably be the purple mask. Still the white hair, but a purple mask instead of the teal. Okay, did I get all of his skin? Hope so. I feel like this brush is not doing as well as it used to. It's a little cleaner. I don't know how stuff got in the ferrule, but happens, I guess. Better. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You can see his hair is more of a full spiked back, but a full head of hair compared to, still a full head of hair on this guy, but it's got the mohawk. So this one will probably be the purple mask. And this I'll go with the teal. Or something along those lines. Might actually use this jade color. Since it kind of looks, gets what it is. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm going silent. It's very difficult for me to stay focused and keep talking. I lose my train of thought very easily. So I'm painting his skin with 3 colors. Very beginning of the stream today, I tested this out on my thumb, and I thought the results were pretty fan-frickin-tastic. I used these 3 jades, dark jade, jade, and bright jade, and then, although I didn't let them dry enough, I dropped them on my my little thumb palette, and I put transparent yellow over it. And it, that color combination created a very cool, vibrant green effect. So that is what I'm doing here. I'm only going to use those 3. I'm not going to do any mixtures like I do with, well, as I've been learning to do with my layering. Layering is still a pretty new art for me. And then I will use that transparent yellow essentially as a glaze. Now, I didn't give them enough time to dry, so some of the effect was okay, but it did lose, at least on my finger, it lost some of its contrast. You know, what I'm building up here. The shading, highlighting, all that. So it lost a lot of that, and I could see that I was kind of dragging the paint around underneath the transparent. Which I guess is good if you're trying to blend everything, but I still want, I don't want to start dragging my shadows into the highlights. Now I can probably be a little more precise with how I'm painting them. got some shakiness going on here. I think it was just that angle. Not enough stabilization. It's alright though. Trying to do is just leave the dark jade mostly in the shadows. So yes, I am covering most of it up with this jade color. There are some areas on him where I'm leaving more dark jade, like under his arms. Probably parts of his leg I'll do that with. But otherwise it's mostly just in the creases where his muscles are. And because I'm not doing any mixing, that final, using that bright jade is going to be a pretty big jump. There's already a pretty strong amount of contrast here. But we'll see how it all comes together when I drop that transparent on as a glaze. I haven't used the transparents too much. The Pro Acryl transparent line. I did well, I had sorry, thoughts are tough. I printed a couple Pokemon and I used a clear resin for my girlfriend, and I painted those, well, one of them. Eventually I actually need to finish them. So I painted a, what was it, a Charmander or something? It was the first evolution of the Char guys. I painted that with the transparent paints, and that came out really nice. It's just clear resin with transparent paint over. There's no shading or highlighting or anything like that. So it was just a very basic paint job. She collected, there were these old Pokemon, you know, translucent figures that she was collecting because she didn't like the opaque ones. But then it became more and more difficult to find them. So she has maybe 4 or 5. But then I found free models on Thingiverse. And I had, I tested it out on a Warcraft miniature, Elgolon the Observer. I had printed him clear and then threw on a transparent blue, and it looked good. So I knew it was gonna work. So I did it. I need this green tea to give me a little more energy too. So I'm starting to drag a little. I was gonna say, I don't know why my sleep was so bad. I know why my sleep was so bad. I mean, it's always bad, but I also partook in a little too much whiskey last night. Not enough to give me a hangover, thankfully, but enough to make my sleep a little restless. More restless than usual. So like I said, my sleep is always kind of jacked up. See, I think on some areas, like his foot over here, not the part that's sticking out, but like the back part of it and some of the side, isn't even going to get the bright jade. Front here will, because that's sticking out in the light. Okay, let's jump back to trying to pick up my train of thoughts here. Just talking about Zul'jin. And I was mostly talking about the Amani general and about them being a playable race, potentially, in Midnight. And talked about Warcraft 2. So all roads lead back to Warcraft 2 for me. Well, I mean, there's a reality in that. Warcraft 2 is where I started, so I've said a billion times. And, a lot of the stuff about World of Warcraft that I love the most came from Warcraft 2. You know, why am I one of the few people that enjoys the Warlords of Draenor expansion? Because it brought all the warlords back, and they all came from Warcraft 2. Whether it was, Tides of Darkness or the expansion Beyond the Dark Portal. You know, I look at guys like Brom Hellscream, Kargath Bladefist, Kilrog Deadeye. Take characters like this guy Zul'jin, Ilaria Windrunner, Terralion, Daneth Trollbane, Khadgar. Oh, all of them. Kurdran and Skyri. They all get their roots from the OG Warcraft 2. A lot of them were playable characters. Not playable, but they were units in game. Okay, did I get everything? So, as much as I can, at least. All right, let's give that a second to dry. Trying to power through this green tea. Before we pull out the bright jade. Let me swap this out real quick. Be right back. Okay, back. yeah, so, that was where I got started. And a lot of my favorite stuff comes from Warcraft 2. Let's, now we can still keep the number one. It's gotta find enough tip. Maybe. So all that to say that I have a strong affinity for the Amani. And especially this guy. That is why I kinda... I don't know, I didn't... There's a lot of things about the Warcraft story that I'm not a big fan of, but... The fate of the Amani isn't one of my favorites either. And again, I understand why they didn't stick with the Horde. And even felt betrayed by the Horde when the reformed Horde welcomed the Blood Elves. You know, that was their sworn enemy. Suddenly this new Horde welcomes them in with open arms. That's going to be very curious if they do add these guys as an allied race. Who do they join? Now, maybe they won't have the same classic hatreds. You know, it's been many generations now. Zul'jin has been dead for a bit. If all this is all about fighting off the void, do we potentially see a smoothing over of relationships between the elves and the Amani? Or, the Alliance is a very different entity than the Alliance of Lordaeron that the Trolls fought against. So do we start to see that hatred die down? Or do the Amani, again, looking at classic alliances, do the Amani start to set aside some of that because of Zandalar? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing with this guy's skin. Some of it's starting to look a little funny. I might have to revisit some of it. Just redoing some of this stuff over here. Based on where I'm seeing the light hitting. Okay. A little bit more maybe on his forehead. Not necessarily, yeah, it is his forehead. Eyebrows, forehead. Okay. Okay, quick bio break. All right. Let us see how this works now. Coffee break? Yeah, I feel I need some. That does not look as good as it did before. That looks like crap. Well, damn. Maybe we need to lather it a little bit heavier to get the blend right. Maybe. Okay, let's sit on that for a second. Let that dry a bit. So, all right, we're doing some experimentation here, because that didn't turn out like I expected. out with that dry bit. So that might be the trick. Putting this transparent green on over the transparent yellow. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. Little experimentation. I think we've got a plan. I hope. I don't think I need to go as heavy as I did on that first one. Okay. Disaster averted. I don't think this is the method I want to use on the bust, but we'll see. I mean, the bust I'll have to, just because there's so much more space and it's all skin, I'll definitely want to do more. If I do follow this method, there'll be more color mixing. Just feel like that one is just needs more. I mean, it's a bust. That's why you do busts. So you can put more detail and more work into them to make them look great. That, my friends, is what this is all about. I mean, this guy's gonna look great, I think. Now that I averted my disaster. I think when I did it on my finger the first time, since all of that was still wet, it just kind of blended together, which blended in a way I didn't want it to, but it gave it a that still vibrant but darker green. But I think a lot of that was from the dark jade getting pushed around and mixed with it all. Something that I didn't want because that removed my shadows. It gave that false, the false look. This will be good. Make sure I got everything. His hands. I missed on this one. Okay. Let that dry for a little bit. And we'll throw that transparent green on it next. gonna quick wash some of this off me. Give me a second. Alright. That should be enough time. I can slap the, oh, maybe. Give it a couple more. You know, Monument Hobbies, one of the greatest things they taught me is the thumb palette. Which is using your thumb, like you saw me doing, to brush excess paint off your brushes and also to show how your colors will show next to each other. It's really cool. But one of the things that they don't tell you is how hard it is sometimes to wash that paint off. I do love the whole idea of the thumb palette. The main purpose, I mean, yes, it is perfect for wiping excess paint, you know, helping with what they call brush loading. But it also is really nice, especially when you do glazes or washes or anything like that. It's very handy to be able to put it on your finger and test it out before you throw it on the model. Because you can do all that layering work like I thought I had just done. Where you do all of it, you slap it on, and it doesn't look right. And you just wasted all that time. And that's what I thought when I slapped that yellow on and it did not look right. My first thought was, I gotta repaint all this. Well, thankfully, that's not the case. This is going to work out. That's why using the thumb palette is a better idea than just slapping it on the miniature. You know, the same for like glazes for the same reason, because a glaze, you know, that's a majorly thinned down paint. And if you didn't thin it down enough or thinned it down too much, I mean, thinning it down too much isn't a big deal. But if you didn't thin it down enough, and again, you slap it on your miniature, and you just ruined hours of layering work if it's not right. So, slap it down on your thumb palette. Save yourself and your headaches. But you also gotta, you know, make sure that you're not doing what I did, where I didn't let the paint dry before I threw the transparent over it. Got a false result that I thought would be good. That would have been very sad. I would have been very sad. I was. Sitting there staring at it, going, I can't believe I just did that. I'm gonna have to redo it all. Granted, it didn't take me too long to do this layering, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world. But still, I have to redo enough stuff. I don't want to redo this. Alright. Well, that doesn't look half bad. That actually looks pretty good. Skin actually looks work on this lighting here. Focusing, come on. It's the only thing in your view. There we go. Oh, it just focused back. Well, you get the idea. Skin looks pretty good. Okay. Now we gotta figure out all the rest of him. Just as a comparison. Much different skin. I dig this one. I don't think I'll be doing all the tattoos though. Maybe. Just don't want to ruin my work by throwing those on there. Why is it doing that? It's like it can't figure out where it wants to focus. Camera. Whatever. Okay. So I think we want a teal. We can put these away now. Don't need those transparents. Although it's good to know using them as a glaze works very well. It did help blend my highlights, mids, and shadows pretty nicely. So that, I very much like that look. Yeah. Okay. Need to figure out how to get a perfect teal color. Maybe more of a turquoise. Because I think the jade is not the right one. Yeah, I think it's going to be the turquoise. I think that's a better option. Question is what do you finish it off with? Dark sea Ben, that might be a good... No. Nope, don't do it. Where's my white blue? That might be best to finish it. Maybe. We'll see. Gotta be very, very careful with this one too. Oh, that's right. Let's be smart this time. So much better when I do it that instead of my finger. It's always easier to wash it off of this than my skin. Come on. Okay, that's good enough. I don't need to remove all the paper, just most of it. So let's do a quick test. Maybe these aren't the right ones. Time to take a trip down memory lane. Look at the OG Warcraft 2 image. Find one. Maybe jade is a better color. That's a very hard image to see, but yeah, it might be the jade is the better. Or we just keep his mask purple. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Yeah. I'm thinking we might just keep his mask purple. Stop being a rebel. Definitely don't want it that bluish color. That's too blue compared to what he is. Yeah, it might be that. The dark purple, royal purple, purple combo. Might be best. I've never touched the royal purple. That was actually what I was going to originally use for his shadows. But like I said, I saw that comment. It was on the Monument Hobby stream. Someone asked him that very question, you know, what if you use purple for the shadows of this skin color, what do you use for this skin color? And then someone just randomly commented that if you use the 3 jades with the transparent yellow over it, creates a vibrant green. And when you look at these guys, you see a much lighter green that I did compared to this. But Zul'jin is also, he is a darker green compared to a lot of the Amani. So I think this is what I wanted to go with, but yeah, just trying it. It was too vibrant, so dropping this transparent green over it really made it look good. Like, this might be good for Grom Hellscream's skin as well. Yeah. Good times. So let's just keep it simple with his mask. We're gonna keep it this this purple color. Gotta be very, very careful here. So as not to mess up this So just a little bit about Zul'jin. Assuming that most of the people watching miniature painting today probably have no clue who this is. So Zul'jin is a forest troll of the Amani Empire. That's a forest troll, well, the forest troll empire. One of the first to break away from the Zandalari trolls. So Zul'jin is one of the greatest war chiefs, chieftains of the Amani Empire. And the trolls, the forest trolls, have been at war. Shit, this is gonna be a tight squeeze. Have been at war with the elves of Silvermoon ever since the High Elves landed on their shores. The trolls did come first, to this land at least. Anybody that knows the Warcraft lore could tell me that the trolls actually wait. Oh, the Night Elves evolved from the trolls due to the Well of Eternity's magics. I almost lied to you guys, sorry. And so, when the Highborn, which were night elves that wanted to continue to practice arcane magic, when they were exiled from Night Elf society, they traveled across the Great Sea and built a home for themselves in Quel'Thalas. Slowly began to take land from the Amani trolls. So, almost in a constant state of conflict. When the Horde starts driving north after the fall of Stormwind, they encounter a band of Amani forest trolls with Zul'jin leading them. And they were actually about to get taken out by the High Elves at the time. That's what they were called. And so the Horde intervenes and saves Zul'jin and his warband. And for the Horde, they were already entering into conflict with the elves because of their alignment with the humans and the Alliance of Lordaeron. So Zul'jin, seeing this, joins the Horde. Yeah, this will work. You know, for him, this was now another ally to help him with the elves. Since for the most part, it seems that the elves were winning more than losing against the Amani and their allies. So yeah, all of the tribes of forest trolls, I think all of them joined the Horde. Not just the Amani. There was many forest troll tribes. And I think between the High Elves and the Wild Hammer Dwarves, all of the forest trolls were enemies of one or the other. So of course in the hinterlands you had you had the Witherbark, you had the Reventusk, you had the Vile Branch. I'm missing any. But they were in the hinterlands. The Witherbark were also in the Arathi Highlands. And Daneth Trollbane got his name for a reason. Well, I think the name comes from previous generations, but the people of Stromgarde and before that Erethdor were major enemies of the trolls and driving them out of the Arathi Highlands and the hinterlands. So, the trolls had a lot of enemies throughout these lands. So it makes sense that they would want to align with the Horde. Now, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. There's the Fire Tree and the Smolder Thorn that we see in Blackrock Mountain. Like the raids, back when it was a raid, Blackrock Spire, lower and upper. Actually, I think it was just lower. And you see those two troll tribes that remained aligned with the old Horde. But I don't know where they originally came from. But we see that when the Horde is defeated, most of the forest troll tribes abandon the Horde for obvious reasons. It's kind of hard to stay aligned with them when they're getting rounded up, thrown in internment camps. But you had the Moss Flayer were in what essentially Eastern Lordaeron. I know in World of Warcraft it's named the Eastern Plaguelands, but it wasn't always Plaguelands. I don't know what it would have been called. We just know it as, you know, Eastern Lordaeron. That looks good. We're gonna leave it like that. That's it for his mask. So let's see. Dark purple. I should probably switch the order of the royal purple and the purple, but I'm not going to do that right now. So I primed this with a dark neutral gray. So I think I might just come through with the neutral gray and the bright neutral gray for his hair. Had these out because I was gonna use these for a non-metallic build for Sylvanas that I'm still working on. Here we are, 10 years later. I mean, I made some headway on her, the red armor. Found a different method to keep it more of that burnished look. Didn't turn out exactly how I wanted. Careful. But I think it still turned out good. So now I just gotta do the metal trim. Sorry, this is a very delicate process here. Retrospect. Maybe I should have done this before the skin and dry brushed this. Oh well.
This'll still work just fine. I think I need to be a little heavier on this. Otherwise this hair is gonna end up more gray than white. Looking more gray than white, that is. Yeah, maybe not. This side is pretty good. Still enough in the recesses. Question is, What is braids and what is... That whole thing is, it's, binding or whatever. Troll hair tie. Hey. Not bad. Just need a little bit. It's probably too much. Oh well. Steady. I think that is good for the hair. Good amount of contrast. Kind of looks like a whitish gray. I dig it. Okay. So we've got some bone. He's got his 2 tusks. He's got these 3 bones on his arm. And he's got some bone. Or are those? Oh, that's right. Those are ears, not bones. Those are elven ears. I think I did this or thought the same on these, then I fixed them. Yeah. They don't look that good, but whatever. Okay, before we jump in and tackle those, I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. Okay. Let's take a look at what skin tones I have. Shadow. Dark, warm, fresh, warm flesh. Might be best to use the warm flesh. And then just top off. It's like, I don't know. like an ivory color, maybe. Hey, Eddie, how are you? Long time no see. How have you been? Maybe I mix a little ivory with the warm flesh. Should I be doing the ears right now, though? Yeah, why not? I'm doing pretty good. I've re-caught the painting bug. Had a hard time painting the last few weeks up until about last weekend, but I've re-caught it and finished off some orcs that I had sitting here. Moved on to some forest trolls, and now I'm doing Zul'jin, the leader. Hopefully, I am loving it. I still use the war paint, the army painter fanatics from time to time, but I am just loving everything about these paints. It's forcing me to learn a lot of new techniques like mixing. But as much as I can, I watch their stream. And that has helped me utilize their paints even better. And just help me in general. Yeah, they well, they take all my money. It's just a perfect paint if you're trying to do like high quality type stuff, which I am trying to learn more of that. I do still, like I'm working on this Horde army still, and so I still use like speed paints like I did with these guys. Just a double slap chop on them, quick and dirty. Actually, it wasn't that quick, but it looks better that way. But they are coming out with a I don't know what they're gonna call it, but a contrast paint line. He's been hinting at it in his stream, and he's actually used it a few times. So I'm kind of it's too much. Kind of excited about that. Running out of thumb here. Yeah, so I've got Zul'jin here. And I've got a... I'll pull out in a second. A Zul'jin bust. This bad boy. This is more modern-ish Zul'jin. Not exactly Warcraft or Burning Crusade, World of Warcraft. he still has both of his eyes. But a little more, not full-on Warcraft 2 Zul'jin, I guess. Gotta be very careful. I do not want to mess up this skin. Some of this detailed work I should probably have my eyes on. I've been skipping out on them quite a bit lately. Which is fine for painting them little soldiers. I don't need those to be perfect, but this guy, I want as close to perfect as possible. Yeah. I need to get my eyes up. As long as they'll last, that is. Had them sitting here off the charger for so long. I didn't do half bad without them, without the eyes. And he's got, oh yeah, over here. Little elf ears. Okay. So I was... This is the hardest thing, is trying to remember what I was talking about before I took that last bathroom break. Let's talk about the forest trolls. I can't even tell what this is attached to. I think there's a rope here, maybe? Well, let's brighten it all up. So yeah. Zul'jin and all of the forest troll tribes joined the Horde in the Second War. And a lot of it had to do with common enemy, whether it be the High Elves who had now joined the Alliance, or Stromguard that was also a part of the Alliance, or the Wildhammer Dwarves that had joined the Alliance. All of the Forest Troll tribes did follow Zul'jin and join the Horde. Let us... Let us mark that up for future use. Probably get some more tea. Okay. I might just leave it with this, I don't know if I need to add that ivory or not. Yeah, maybe not. This might be bright enough. Okay. Trying to get through this story eventually. Oh, shoot. I did it. I got some on his skin. Damn it. Let's see if I can just repair it with the transparent. One thing I was desperately trying to avoid. How did I not notice that? Luckily, it's just a little bit. That a second to dry. That was very clumsy. Oh, wait. And because raisins, I need just a tiny amount of this, so barely even gonna be noticeable, but I don't care. Want to add just a little bit more of a highlight. That's that. And a little transparent green over those couple spots. Like nothing happened. Perfect. Okay. Let's not do that again. All right. So I think I'm going to do something very basic with his tusks and just use the ivory fully on him. I don't need to get all fancy with that. Because I'm not going to treat them like skulls. Okay, I am going to take a real quick break though. And try to... Well, it's already 11. Might throw some food down. Refresh my drinks though. And refresh my water. So we're gonna take just a real quick one. Don't go anywhere. We will maybe be able to finish this guy today. There isn't much left, honestly. I mean, there is, but not that much. Okay, be right back.
Okay. Think we good now? Ish. Okay. What is next? The tusks. Oh, let's do this. I do swear I will finish the story of Zul'jin before the stream ends. Just keep getting distracted. Means a lot. Yeah, let's get my eyes back up. Getting very close to the cloak and his skin. Although again, I'm pretty good without him. Probably should have also cleaned off my thumb palette while I was up and about.
Alright. So, like I said, after the Horde was defeated, the forest trolls naturally broke ties with the Horde. Some of that has to do with, it was an alliance of convenience. Some of it was also because the trolls viewed that there was no Horde left to be in an alliance with. So, there were two troll tribes that remained in Blackrock Mountain with the old Horde. The Fire Tree and the Smolderthorn tribes. But the remainder were up in the hinterlands, the Arathi Highlands, and Zul'jin, where almost all Horde presence was now gone. So rather than staying in alliance with what they viewed as a entity that was gone now, they secluded themselves and tried to not run afoul of the Alliance. And for the Alliance's part, the war with the Horde had cost them pretty heavily. So once the Horde was defeated, which was the main threat, I don't think there were any retaliatory efforts on the trolls. Because again, the losses on the Alliance side were pretty heavy as well, and I don't think they wanted to keep the war with the trolls going. I think they just wanted to control what was left of the Horde and rebuild, especially rebuilding Stormwind. But also there was a lot of land that was ravaged in the north. Alterok's betrayal had created a major power vacuum there. And as well, there's a cost in resources to now store the orcs in these internment camps. A lot of that fell on Stromgarde and Lordaeron. They had both taken pretty heavy losses. And while the Alliance didn't dismantle, it didn't exactly stay super together, if that makes sense. Okay, I think that's good for his tusks. It's not super evident, but it is a little darker on the underside and it grows brighter on the highlight. I want to do, let's see. I start with a dark golden brown. For their earrings. I think this little hairpiece is gonna, I don't know if it's actually supposed to be golden, but it is now. I think it's actually supposed to be like a leather. Now, what I don't know is as Thrall reformed the Horde, started breaking people out of the internment camps, I don't know if there was ever an attempt to reach out to the forest trolls. There isn't exactly a lot of material other than this one book. Shoot. That might be it. Otherwise, there isn't really a lot of information about the post. So let's check this up. There was a game called, I think it was Warcraft Adventures, and they scrapped it. And so all of that isn't considered canon. Kind of humorous. They actually have Zul'jin in there, and as Thrall is going around, he encounters Zul'jin, who is now a shop owner. Which, thankfully, they did not stick with that story. That would have been pretty ridiculous. there was one forest troll tribe, and again, I don't know how or why. 'Cause I don't think it ever really gets into that anywhere. But the Revan Tusk remain loyal to the Horde and actually align themselves with Thrall's Horde. Well, did it again. That should be an easy fix. Yeah. As if nothing happened. So yeah, no clue why the Revan Tusk decided to side with the Horde. That was the one forest troll tribe that stuck with the Horde. I talked about this a little bit last week. There was one more forest troll tribe to join the Horde. That was not ever part of the Amani Empire. The Shatter Spear trolls of Kalimdor, located in Darkshore, they joined the Horde. But they joined Thrall's Horde. They were never part of the original Horde. They didn't join until much, much later. Okay, I need... Where's my warm yellow? Pale yellow. Warm yellow. And let's do the pale yellow as well. Just a little bit. A little dab for the high spots. Okay. Happy with that? Ish. Let us put this back on the charger for a bit. Yeah, it's almost dead. Damn. Guess that's what you get for not keeping it plugged in. Alright, I'm gonna switch our music over. Go. Because I am listening to what you guys are listening to, and usually I have music separation. I'm listening to whatever. But today I joined with you guys. And I can only listen to that soundtrack so many times. Bright pale yellow. Don't need it though. Forget it's some of the paints that I have here. Yeah, I made a spreadsheet of all my pro acrylic paints and where they're located on here. So that's kind of handy to have. It's very handy to have. So the real question... I figured since we're talking about trolls, Zandalari trolls are pretty awesome too. We can play some Battle for Azeroth music. I do love the Zandalari music themes you see in Battle for Azeroth. So I still have, of course, all of the wood. His wood on the axes, his shin guards, those little wood things coming off of his belt.
And then we have the fur. And then a little bit of leather strapping. The string will also be leather. The string holding these ears. And then of course his axes. Just wrap up with his eyes. And mess with the base. So we're almost there. My only problem is we're in a place where everything... I need my eyes. Otherwise I'm gonna keep messing up. Yeah, his skin turned out really well. My goodness. Looks good. They are only halfway charged. Yeah. Well, let's pull out the spreadsheet. Let's figure out what colors I want to use for wood. What about these umber colors? Red brown kind of fits in with that. So what I could do is do all the wood as mahogany and then keeping it dark to highlight it with the dark umber. Those do seem to look well together. And then the kind of the edges of all these patterns hit with a light umber, and then just the highlight of those edges with that drab brown. That might be a winner. Might be. Keep this open.
eyes are still halfway charged. Whoops. Missed my mouth. Oh, that's embarrassing. So what happens when you don't take the tea bag out? Well. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. A quick second. A little bit longer. I need to hit the energy drink again. The more tired I get, the harder it is to focus too. That's when I start making more mistakes. So far, this guy looks pretty good, so... Alright. Well, we can start selecting our fur colors as well. So we've got our wood colors. Fur, I can probably just do 2, maybe 3 colors. So it should be more of a kind of a blue-gray. So let's see what I have. I've got dark gray blue, gray blue. I could probably finish with a little bit of white blue mixed in with the gray blue. Although I don't know, those are almost 2. That's not gonna work. Because those are way more bluish than gray. We just stick with
these darker warm grays. Maybe I start with a blue-black in the shadows just to give it somewhat of a blue hue, maybe. And then maybe the warm gray. Or I do a blue-black, then I mix the blue-black with the dark warm gray. Then warm gray on the highlights, but maybe mix it with this white-blue. Just a tiny bit. Maybe it's gonna highlight too much. We'll mix the warm gray with the dark gray blue. Just to again give it a little bit of a blue hue. Or we might go blue-black. Blue-black mixed with dark warm gray, and then dark warm gray mixed with dark gray blue. And just skip the warm gray and keep it a real dark bluish armor or fur, because that's kind of how these turned out. That's a little bit brighter, but again, those were just quick and dirty. So that's the fur. For the leather strapping, I need kind of a lighter brown. So it might be this caramel brown with khaki. Where's my khaki? Khaki. And use that for my strapping. And then we'll have to figure out how I'm doing this, these axes. Later. I think I can start painting the wood. Just gotta be very careful, that's all. Very careful as we get close to the skin or other painted parts.
Actually, that back part might not even be wood. Does look more like a leather pad compared to the front. Very tough angles here. Bit of a piratey theme here. Oh boy. Alright. I think that's it for that color. This is barely gonna highlight it. It's fine. I might still come back on this axe with that light umber. Because like I said, this is barely noticeable. It's probably good enough. Ish. Well, we're actually making it. Without my eyes and everything. All right. Doing good.
All right. You all still with me? Let me try to focus long enough to finish story, Zul'jin. Yeah, it is very difficult. Some of these details are so close to finished details. So it's very difficult to continue conversing, because I really don't want to hit a finished detail. Some of them it's not that big of a deal, because it's just a couple paint colors, but some, like the skin, took a little more effort. I really don't want to... I mean, I was able to fix it when I was doing these ears. That was not ideal. How much of this is brown? I probably should have put this on my palette instead of doing what I'm doing right now. That's how you dry your paints out. Okay, need a little more on those. Doing good. Little drab brown, just to highlight some of that
Just on the edges of some of the spots. Hi, kitty. Okay, that's all I wanted to do on that. Just very, very small amount of highlight on the edge. Some of them. Now... very, very small amount of this caramel brown. That may not been the right color. Yeah, caramel brown is not right. Think should be the drab brown with khaki highlights. Let's make sure I get everything put back where it was. Or I could always do a warm brown. Nah. I need some distinction between the wood. Okay, back to Zul'jin. Trying to get back to Zul'jin. Let's finish the Zul'jin story. So, we don't see Zul'jin for a while. But in the Burning Crusade, he makes his return. And he makes his return as a pissed off old curmudgeon. So naturally, he's mad at the Horde because the Horde accepted the Blood Elves into the Horde. And of course, he's mad at the Alliance because the Alliance were responsible for their defeat in the Second War. And I do think there was loss of territory. So, Zul'jin declares war on both the Horde and the Alliance. But he does so with the help of all of the troll tribes. Meaning, he has the backing of the Gurubashi trolls, which are the jungle trolls in Stranglethorn Vale, as well as all the smaller forest and jungle troll tribes. And so they all begin making unified attacks on the Horde and the Alliance. Naturally, we retaliate, and we defeat Zul'jin. And I think he dies in Zul'jin. Because the next time that the trolls rise up in the Cataclysm, the Amani are now led by another, I think it was Dakara or something like that. And then in the expansion that I didn't really play, I mean, I played through it a little bit, but there's a lot of it that story that I'm not familiar with. But we do encounter Zul'jin in the Shadowlands in Revendreth, which is where the most, I guess it's the souls that won't let go. Okay.
Okay, so drab brown went here, and khaki right below it. Khaki might have not been the best color, but it worked. So now we've got the fur. We're still doing good on time-ish. I'm running out of space on my little thumb palette. Completely running out of space. So yeah, when we encounter Zul'jin in the Shadowlands, he's still, like I said, Revendreth is where the souls that can't let go or refuse to let go, where they stay. 'Cause I guess the whole thing about the Shadowlands is trying to help spirits let go so they can ascend or something like that. I don't know. I didn't really like Shadowlands. Thought it was stupid. Whole concept of it was stupid. But that's just me. Apparently a lot of other people that play the game. So I guess I say all that to say that I kind of feel, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of it, of Zul'jin's end. And granted, you know, we don't know too much about Zul'jin, so it's not like how I feel towards you know, characters like Garrosh Hellscream. I feel that they just kind of did dirty. Guess I just look at this one and wish it would have been a little bit different. But here we are.
So that's really it for the Zul'jin story. Like I said, there's parts of it that I wish they would have done a little differently. Feel like it was a very noble end. Where did I have the dark blue-gray? I think it was right there. Yeah, I made a quick change on this, by the way. You didn't notice. Saw that this black blue mixed with the gray is all we really needed. Warm gray, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. So, as I was saying, I mean, I think it's definitely a better end than what they had planned for him in the Warlord Adventures game, making him a disgraced shop owner. That would have been horrible. Go from the chieftain of the Amani trolls to a nobody selling trinkets. Yeah, that would have been bad. So I'm glad they didn't do that. But, and again, I do get it. Like why they went the path they did. He was very, even when he comes back in Burning Crusade, he was very, very bitter against the trolls, or against the elves, sorry. So, I do understand. Understand why they had him go down the path they did, and why he still won't let go. He can't let go of that old hatred. So, it makes sense. So we are done with the exception of the axes. And how I'm gonna do those. Well, we can look back at this guy. We can see that it's quite a difference. Much older, newer. There's a drastic difference in skill level. This just looks better. Let's see if we can keep this skill level up and continue to improve.
want to do with these X's? I want them to be more of a stone look. I mean, not full on stone, but I'm going to repaint over these just because I prime them with the dark warm gray primer for Monument Hobbies. But I want to start off with a neutral gray instead of the warm gray. Neutral has, after it dries, it's still a little bit darker than still a little darker than the warm gray. And if I'm trying to make this look like a dirty metal, I don't want warm colors. Crazy hearing me say that because I don't know much about color theory. And by I don't know anything about color theory. Here we are. So either way, Zul'jin's story is over. But with Midnight, the next expansion for World of Warcraft, it does appear that the Amani Trolls story is not over. And as I said in the beginning of the stream today, there's a pretty good possibility that they may get added as a allied race. Which is a prospect that I can definitely get on board with. Alright. So how do I want to do this? We are almost out of time as well. So I think I need to do some more work on his axes. Just looking at some of the images out there. So we're not really done with him. So the axes, I kind of want to get some brass looking metal for the back of the axe. And this little band. Possibly something in the middle there. There's some different colorations on there I may want to replicate. Then I need these 3 little spikes on his knee pads, each one, and then the 3 on the his loincloth, whatever it is. Those need to get probably turned into like a bone color. And then I need to do his eyes, which are like an orange color. And then just doing the base. So I'm gonna call it there for the day. Keep an eye out because I will probably finish this guy later. So keep an eye out for pictures of him. Yeah, we're just about 5 hours. I've got some errands I gotta run, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I will be back tomorrow to do probably playing World of Warcraft Legion Remix. So about 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, give or take. So feel free to join me tomorrow. Do a little bit different, something a little different, playing a little Warcraft. We'll see how that holds up with I may not do multi-stream to YouTube, but I'll stream it on Twitch. Beyond that, I'll be back next Friday. Same time, approximately. So keep an eye on socials, all that. I still don't know what my schedule is beyond that, because starting next week Friday, I've got 2 full weeks off for Christmas, New Year's. Just took some PTO. So not sure what my streaming schedule will be, but I do want to get a lot accomplished those days. So thanks everyone for joining me. As always.